The floor for a few seconds to introduce this panel. First of all, to thank you all to be here on behalf, notably, of the three networks who put together this conference, Origin Europe, Euromontana, and of course the AREPO, which I represent today in the framework of the MOVING project, which will be presented later on. And to make sure that I don't forget, of course, we need to thank the Committee of the Regions, the conference department, and as well as Elle Moreau. I can't see her, but she did support us a lot. And of course, Karine Gloanic-Morin with us. She's the godmother of this event. Without further ado, I give the floor to Mercedes Moran Alvarez. She's the president of AREPO.
Sí. No. Vale. Merci, Logan. Señoras, señores, les doy la bienvenida a esta conferencia organizada.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this conference organized by AREPO, Euromontana, Origin EU in the framework of the Horizon2020 MOVING project. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for being here in such large numbers. I am Mercedes Moran Alvarez, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Sustainable Development of the Regional Government of Extremadura and President of AREPO. AREPO is the Association of European Regions for Products of Origin. It is a network of regions and producer associations involved in the valorization of EU quality products. It brings together 35 regions from 8 European countries, and through its regions it represents more than 850 producer associations from the European Union, representing more than 60 registered European IGs. It is a pleasure for me to represent the association today because we are celebrating its 20th anniversary. In these 20 years, the association has grown in numbers of the region. We started with 16, and right now we are 35 regions, but above all, the results have grown thanks to the constant support of the member regions and the expertise they have always made available to the AREPO team. Thank you for the expertise that you always share with us. And what's better occasion to celebrate the 20 years of AREPO than a moment of reflection on a new direction of the geographical indication and quality products that have always been at the heart of AREPO's mission. I am delighted to be able to share this moment in the House of the European Regions. Indeed, I would like to start by thanking the Committee of the Regions for welcoming us today in its premises, and especially thank you, Karine Gloanic-Morin, godmother of this event and rapporteur of the opinion of the Committee of the Regions on the revision of the EU geographical indications system. From the very beginning, she showed passion for the subject and took on the role of rapporteur with commitment. Thank you for your work and thank you for being the spokesperson. Thank you for helping us gaining value. Speaking of passion and commitment to geographical indications, let me welcome, and I think that they haven't arrived yet, right? The MEPs, but I guess, or I am thinking that Paolo de Castro, Anne Sander, and Irene Toléré will be coming. They will be arriving shortly. They are rapporteur and shadow rapporteurs of the review of the geographical indications for the European Parliament. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome them here today, once they arrived. And I wanted to extend my gratitude for the work in defending such an effective system of quality products in the EU. The results that we have achieved would not have been possible without your constant listening to our demands and willingness to confront them. I am also pleased to greet and welcome the Director responsible for geographical indications at the Commission, DG Agri, Diego Cangas. Thank you. Of course, I want to greet all my fellow Directors General, ministers and representatives that are here today. As well, I would like to welcome GI, producer and their representatives. You are the backbone of our rural territories. In particular, I would like to greet Nicola Bettinelli, President of the Consorzio del Formaggio Parmigiano Reggiano and Vice President of AREPO, and Riccardo Deserti, Director of the Consorzio del Parmigiano Reggiano and President of Origin International. As the event you are attending is the expression of the organizational strength of three organizations, I would like to especially greet my colleagues Charles de Paris, President of Origin EU, and Juanan Gutiérrez Laspita, President of Euromontana. This event is organized in the framework of the Horizon2020 MOVING project focused on sustainability and resilience on mountain areas. AREPO is very proud to be a partner of this project because of its quality and level of research, and also because of the opportunities it has offered to study the supply chains under the denomination of origin that take place in mountain areas, assessing their strengths and offering ideas on what can be improved to increase the impact of European quality system in remote areas such as mountains. I would like, therefore, to thank you and to welcome project coordinator Maria del Mar Delgado Serrano and the partners who have come here to Brussels and those who follow us online. The MOVING project has allowed us to reflect on the state of the implementation and the impact of the optional mentioned mountain product in Europe. Together with Euromontana, we have carried out an analysis of the application of this optional term. The subject is very appreciated by our friends of Euromontana, who regularly publish a study on the subject. The data collected through the project have been translated into a report which has enabled us to reflect on the development and recommendations to reinforce the use of the term mountain product, and which will also contribute to updating the Euromontana study. This will be the central topic of the first session of the conference, which will discuss how to strengthen the mountain product in order to increase its added value for the ecological resilience, attractiveness and socio-economic development of mountain areas. These issues fit in with the reflection of the future prospects of geographical indications and quality terms that we will address in the second session. The focus will be on the impact of the changes introduced by the new regulation on geographical indications and quality terms and the opportunities this opens up. Above all, it will be an opportunity to discuss the place of the EU GI indications and quality products in the future CAP and the role they play in the sustainable development of rural and remote areas. This review has improved the system and will allow us to better value and protect the products of our region while providing tools for producers. Having achieved a certain legal framework, we must continue to reflect on the future and the priorities that lie ahead of us, on which we must work together, European, national and local institutions, producers, but also citizens. GIs and other EU quality schemes, such as the optional quality label mountain products represent the highest quality of EU production and can contribute to the EU's social, economic and environmental priorities and the creation of public goods. It is important that we affirm the role of GIs as a tool for the rural development of our territories. This means that GIs cannot be disconnected from the rest of the common agricultural policy, from the long-term vision of rural areas, and must be promoted and protected accordingly. Above all, promotion must remain important to show and let consumers know that the social expectations they have can be met with these products. This is why the EU promotion policy funds for quality schemes are important for the impact they can have on our territories. Today's program is very full, as you see. I know that everyone in the room, like me, is looking forward to the event. Before concluding, I want to thank the AREPO, Origin EU and Euromontana teams for preparing such an interesting program and for organizing this conference. Thank you to the moderator who will accompany us in our reflections, and thank you to all the speakers who will be taking part, and to you, dear participants. I therefore leave the floor to our godmother, Karine Gloanec-Morin, and I wish you all a stimulating conference and a fruitful debate. Thank you very much.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs,
Unfortunately, the interpreters can't hear the speaker. The microphone is off. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, I wanted to welcome the MEPs, but they are currently voting at the European Parliament, which is why they are not with us here. I would like also to say hello to the representative of the DG Agri from the European Commission, also all representatives of regions, members of the AREPO, and also I would like to say hello to all the producers who are at the basis of everything we think about here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a real pleasure for me to welcome you here within the community of the regions in this building, the Jacques Delors building, which we are proud to inhabit in this important time in which protected designation of origins and protected geographical indication. It's an honor for me to be the godmother of this event, and this is for me a surprise. As well, I was not the only one, of course, to support you in order to make it possible for you to be here today at the Committee of the Region. And I would like also to pay tribute to the teams of the Committee of the Region, Nicolas, Hélène, for example. They made your presence here today possible as well. But I would like also to welcome, because I'm a member, I've been a member of this committee for several years, and I would like also to tell you that I come from a very rural territory in France, a very small municipality, and for me it's I'm proud to be here to represent Quettro-Perche, a municipality of only 1,000 inhabitants. I wanted to let you know so that you know where I speak from and where, therefore, I come from. So, yes, I was the rapporteur of the Committee of the Regions on the quality schemes of the geographical indication requested by the European Commissions and the institutions of the EU. I wanted to start with to use the expertise of AREPO, and thank you to Mrs. Lampic who supported me in the drafting of this opinion, and they gave me precious advice, notably also coming from the Commission. So some of them here today present. They made it possible for us to table an opinion to my colleagues of the Committee of the Region, which is why I am proud of today. And this is a day of celebration. notably if we consider the work we've been doing over the last year, notably with MEPs, all European institutions and the representatives of these sectors to draft the best legislative framework possible for those products which are a representation of the food culture of the EU, but also testify of the know-how of our farmers who are having a very hard time currently, as you are well aware. And also in my member state, France, but everywhere in Europe, the Community of the Regions has been working to support the work of European institutions aware of the value of their products for the development of our rural areas by recalling the great variety, diversity, the wealth of our products on our territories, which are a major resource for our countries and are at the very foundations of rural development. The result was an opinion which was adopted at unanimity by the European Committee of the Regions, which reaffirmed the role of geographical indications as a key tool at the service of the policy of the EU in terms of rural development, but also in terms of the common agricultural policy. The recommendations of this opinion wanted to set the right conditions, allowing GIs and their producers to face and to adapt to the future challenges you all know by reaffirming the support regions have to offer. It's a pleasure for me that the opinion of the regions was always taken into account, notably by Paolo de Castro, which we are going to present later, the rapporteur at the European Parliament. I had many discussions with him along the last years because I was member of the same Agri committee at the European Parliament with Paolo de Castro. As a rapporteur, I was delighted to be able to draw on the experience and knowledge of the AREPO, its regions and its producers. You, that is. I'd like to thank the president of the AREPO for her welcoming words and about our work in common, and I would like to join her in celebrating your association's 20th anniversary. Origin Europe also had celebrated their 20th anniversary last year. These two networks have always worked very closely together. Over the last few years, I have had the pleasure of witnessing AREPO's commitment to its mission of defending and promoting EU quality production, particularly through actions and initiatives of various kinds. The association has placed particular emphasis on research with its scientific committee, and I pay tribute to you for this, and has played an active part in the European projects, such as today's project, the Horizon2020 MOVING project. I wish you fruitful debates for the research activities, and I welcome the fact that the project focused on quality and value chains and the optional mention of mountain products. As your president said earlier, let me recall you that the Committee of the Region supported the introduction of this mention of optional quality in the regulation on the quality of agricultural product, and that was in 2014. We are deeply attached to this optional mention because mountain products are quality and sustainable products that contribute to maintaining traditional know-how, mountain farming, to guarantee a fair income for farmers and safeguard landscapes and protect mountain biodiversity. You see that those products contribute to rural development in mountain areas. Since this optional quality label officially came into force in July 2014, we've seen that European mountain stakeholders have invested in implementing it at national and producer level. However, the process is far from being over. Some member states have yet to develop appropriate measures to protect the use of the term in their territories. The transposing transposition of EU rules are not immediate in all member states, although it only came into force recently and was therefore not the subject of any review yet. This aspect was not forgotten in the Committee of the Regions' opinion, and in particular we recommended that its implementation be speeded up and monitored, including in the context of the farm-to-fork strategy, pointing out that these optional terms provide added value in mountain and outermost regions where the agricultural sector represents a significant part of the economy and the production costs are high. It is important to maximize the value of those products. You will agree with this, I'm sure, by offering the right tools to producers and by promoting them as much as possible to consumers so that they fully understand the value of these products and the care that producers take to provide a product that translates into a public good. In fact, as a conclusion, I would like to point out that thanks to the multidimensional link with the territory, these products and the EU quality schemes have great potential to exert positive effects on dynamics of rural development. Us, as elected representatives coming from rural territories, it's important for us to claim that our rural economies also have a part to play in development and the future of the European Union and, of course, in the development of our own member states. Those schemes are positive in the dynamics of rural development by creating spin-offs for the local economy, encompassing several sectors, for example, tourism, but as well the maintenance of public services. But today, and this is something we have to talk about, because I was talking of the ill-being of this sector and notably raisers. There's a reduction of heads of cattle in Europe. These products are going to be more valued if there is less extensive production and less import from far away. As we have said in our opinion on pastoralism, the stop of extensive of pastoralism would be a disaster for mountain production. We need to keep rural fabric alive and protect biodiversity. The promotion of the optional mention of mountain product is an important aspect to keep alive those sectors. But on the future common agricultural policy, which is being drafted as we speak, we also ask a new guidance of direct subsidies to pastoralism and extensive breeding. It's an emergency, and notably also to impose the respect of conformity, compliance with EU standards to imports from abroad, because the territories of origin would win in terms of visibility, attractiveness, cultural attractiveness, notably, and in their abilities and touristic attractiveness as well for the regions. Based on these considerations, I have a lot of confidence that the discussions you will have today will be fruitful. You will have to excuse me, but I have a meeting with the Commissioner from the European Commission on Territorial Cohesion, Mrs. Ferreira, but I will be back after this appointment because I really want to share those discussions with you. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you a fruitful debate. Thank you.
c'est moi. Donc, je vais inviter à la...
I would like to call Maria del Mar Delgado, who is the coordinator of our MOVING project.
Okay, yeah, it's now. Hello, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today. I really thank our beneficiary, our partner, AREPO, for organizing, and of course to the Committee of the Regions for allowing us to celebrate this session here in this very nice environment. As I said, it's a real pleasure for me to have the opportunity to share with you the results of our project that is almost finishing. During 4 years, we have been analyzing the role of value chains. You can see here our project is really focused on the role of value chains, mountain value chains, and how they can contribute to the sustainability and resilience of mountain areas. And also our project MOVING was part of a call that was asking to identify which are the new generation of policies for rural areas. So we hope to deliver something that is useful for the future of these territories. I name my presentation as an amazing 4-year journey, and I would like to share with you what we have been doing during these years. Our main objective was is to build capacities and co-develop relevant policy frameworks across Europe for the establishment of new or upgraded, upscaled value chains that might contribute to the sustainability and the resilience of mountain areas, always working with a bottom-up and participatory approach and involving, engaging the value chain actors, stakeholders, and policymakers. Our point of departure is that we don't valorize enough the mountains in Europe. We don't give enough attention to the fact that mountains are the ecological backbone of Europe, because 1/3 of the territory are mountainous areas. They concentrate most of the hotspot of biodiversity, the most important ones. They provide essential ecosystem services. Very important, they are our water reservoirs. But they are also important from a socioeconomic point of view, because there's a lot of local economy based on natural resources in mountain areas, like agriculture, forests, food processing, or tourism. But also 18% of the European farms are considered mountain farms, so that also gives us an idea of their importance. And they are providing a good number of private and public goods and services. So what we have is a high diversity of contexts and development levels in the European mountains, but we don't have much data at the local level. When we zoom in, we don't have much data. We have a lot of local knowledge, but we need to valorize this stakeholder local knowledge and also understand their perceptions and expectations. We need to move beyond a one-size-fits-all approach and tailor solutions for a specific context. And also we need to harness the unique aspects of mountain areas in our policy-making approach. We have been working in 23 mountain regions all over Europe, not only EU. You can see how our regions are distributed. And as I said, we have been doing research and involving people, local people in this project for almost 4 years. First thing we did was to create a theoretical and conceptual framework that understand mountain areas as social and ecological systems, and at the same time integrate value chains in this framework. Then we did an inventory of different value chains in European mountains, and we have provided more than 450 different value chains in our inventory. Next step was to do a participatory analysis of the vulnerabilities of the land use and the use of natural resources in our mountain areas. Then we identified the focal value chains in each of our regions and have done an in-depth analysis and after a cross-comparison and benchmarking of the different value chains, how they are managed, how they work. And finally, a multi-level foresight, also participatory. So we move from value chains diversity to value chains analysis, to value chains potential, and also to envisage the future perspective. With the idea of providing, at the end of the project, by the way, I invited you all to come to our final policy conference that will be here in Brussels on the 13th and 14th of June, where we'll be presenting this policy analysis and roadmap. And just as a general umbrella, we had created a community of practice involving more than 1,000 people. So some results, I will go quickly on that, but just to give you a snapshot. We created these multi-actor platforms and more than 1,000 stakeholders have been involved. We created what we call one multi-actor platform in each of the 23 regions and also one European-level multi-actor platform. But we have also tried to involve youngsters to know their views because they are the future of these territories. So more than 500 youngsters have been working with us in workshops in the project. We created this framework, as I said, integrating the social and the natural part of the mountains with the value chain analysis. We have identified, together with the stakeholders, what were the most important drivers of vulnerability in mountain areas, and we rank these drivers. And the most relevant drivers were linked to climate change, like changes in precipitation, temperatures, new pests or invasive species, extreme events, but also very important the demographic changes and the depopulation. We also analyze different value chains in order to identify their contributions to sustainability and resilience. We found that there's not a value chain. What happens in mountain areas, they're an assemblage of value chains, and normally when they are able to create synergies and to work together, the impact is higher. And also the impact is higher when value chains are controlled by local actors, what unfortunately not always happened. We have found that more and more external actors are grabbing the high-quality products or the image of the territory or their quality and the expectation of the population, and then in this way they do not bring value to the territory. We have also identified different upgrading strategies that can improve these value chains and understood what is the role of knowledge-based and social learning in mountain areas. And we can say that in our results, value chains had a high societal value to the mountains, not only economic, and also that the value chains connect mountain areas with lowlands, but also with the world. The value chains are those that permit to bring the mountain products to the consumers that could be closer or even very far away. And also, we did benchmarking and clustering of mountain value chains, and we identified 5 important clusters, dealing each of them with important issues for our areas. One was dealing with demographic and social aspects, another one with innovation and infrastructure, another with territoriality, cooperation and governance, another on nature and ecosystem services, And finally, another one about value and quality products. I will focus on this one in a while. Then, as I said, we have done a foresight analysis, doing 22 local foresight analyses with each of them with 4 scenarios. And also we have done a cluster scenario analysis and a pan-European scenario analysis. With all this, we try to analyze what are the vision for 2050. And we are working in the policy roadmap. Okay, what are the main results of the analysis of the value and quality products cluster? As you can imagine, we have dealt with PDO or other quality schemes, with cultural heritage, food quality, traditional production, local knowledge, breeding varieties, and also with consumer preferences. In this cluster, we had the 7 mountain regions and the 7 value chains that you can see in this map. And the main challenges that we identify in the valorization and quality of products are, one very important is communication, both to consumers, for them to understand the real value of these public goods and quality schemes, to make them understand that their choices when they buy or not a product have an impact in their territories, that they are not just buying products, but they are also buying territory and the associated sustainability of this territory, and that should translate into fair prices. But also it's important to communicate producers the benefit of participation in quality systems. We found unfair competition with non-certified products that are using the image and the territorial identity of these products. We found bureaucratic burden and cost of certification for producers, different issues linked with the governance and the power distribution along the value chains, and also that one products are very popular and very demanded, that create a pressure for intensification in these territories that is not always good for the mountain areas because they have a limited production capacity. But we also have solutions, right? Like involve local authorities, advisors, researchers, and civil society in this valorization of products, the continuous participatory and dynamic development of quality scheme standards, the possibility of combine different quality schemes and also interact with other territorial regulatory tools like natural protected areas, the need to reduce bureaucratic burden and costs, especially for small-scale producers, to use innovative methodologies for collective participatory up-group certification, enhanced participatory warranty system, or, very important, communication campaigns to highlight the values of quality production. And also some policy recommendations, like developing supportive legal frameworks for local producers, implement multi-fund approaches, define more strictly the area of production that can be considered as mountain areas, create synergies between different territorial levels, testing combination of quality schemes and also with territory regulatory tools, especially for small-scale producers, provide more support, institutional and technical, and funds for continuous participatory and dynamic development of quality scheme standards, and also to revise the rules to fund promotion campaigns of quality products to allow small-scale local campaigns that have bigger impact in our territories. So that's all what I want to say. Yes, I will close with some key messages that we would like to be the legacy of our project. First is that territorial mountain diversity is a real crucial asset of Europe, that in our project we are listening and amplifying the voices of more than 1,000 mountain stakeholders working differently. That is the normal procedure. Normally, scientists come and validate local knowledge. we are doing the opposite. We present a scientific result to our stakeholders, and they validate what makes sense for them, what is useful in their cases, all right? We combine short and long-term perspective, analyze now situation and then the future, and we are going beyond case-by-case approach, but without losing the uniqueness of our territories. Also, we need more granular data and multi-level support in our territories. And we need to move from this idea of mountain areas, areas with natural constraints, which is a negative definition. We define as something that has problems. So move from that to the unique traits that create opportunities, change the policy attention from compensation for, let's say, this limitation to a mixed policy effort that recognize contribution, and definitely unlock the power of mountain value chains. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I didn't overpass my time.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Maria. And sorry for the time, but we have to respect our schedule. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Guy Memro. Please, you have the floor for the next panel and the next roundtable. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
I'm Angelo Di Mambro. I'm the agri-food editor at Euractiv. Leading the panel on making the most of the new EU GI regulation. The program, according to the program, Paolo De Castro and Nicola Bertinelli had to talk with, together with Diego Cancafano for introducing the topic, but Paolo De Castro and Nicola Bertinelli will speak after the panel. So for now I would invite Diego Cancafano, this director in charge of outreach, research and geographical indication, DG Agri, European Commission, to speak, to present it. Yeah, please.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Spanish. The speaker says he's going to speak in English as well, and when Paolo is here, he's going to speak in Italian. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate AREPO for its 20th anniversary, and I want to thank Origin EU, AREPO, Euromontana, and the Committee of the Regions for having organized this event. Of course, I want to also greet Mercedes Moran and Karine Mordan, which is the rapporteur of the Committee of the Regions, and the regulation will be approved by the 15th of May, more or less. The regulation has to be signed tomorrow, then we will have to look for a slot in the official journey, and then 20 days later the regulation will enter into force. So you can calculate that more or less in a month the regulation will be approved, will enter into force. So now he's going to speak in English because his speech is in English, and then when Paolo is here, he will speak in Italian.
Origin and possess qualities or reputation that are due to that origin. GIs, geographical indications, are collective intellectual property rights, and they are legally protected. Studies on GIs found that the sale value of a product with a protected name is roughly two times the price of a product without certification. So GIs are a powerful tool for European farmers and producers to valorize their food and drink producers, as well as for sustaining local economies, as it was said before, having a transformative impact on rural areas, and they cannot be delocalized. The European Union has roughly 3,600 GIs. 3,600 GIs, with a value of 80 billion euros. So let me make already in parenthèse. One day, someone should organize a meeting of the 3,600 GIs. You need a football stadium for that, more than a football stadium. But I find I've been working in this area of geographical indication since 10 years now. There is a family of the European GIs. A lot of people of the family are in this meeting room. One day, someone should organize a meeting of the 3,600 European GIs. It would be a fantastic communication exercise. It would be a fantastic event to boost the European names, because we have very famous European names. We have the Bayerische beer, Champagne, Irish whiskey, Kalamata olives, Parmigiano Reggiano, and while I'm with someone of Extremadura, La Torta del Casar, or Polish vodka. So the names, they have a history, and there's the history and the protocol together makes these famous geographical indications. Now, the new regulation. The starting point is what President von der Leyen requested Commissioner Wojciechowski in the mission letter, the need to strengthen the system of geographical indications. And the Commission approved the proposal in March 2022 after a broad consultation process. And by the way, we consulted, a lot of people in this meeting room were consulted about the draft proposal. Then on the 24th of October 2023, there was a political agreement between Parliament and Council. Last 27th of February, the Parliament has given the final green light, and the Council is about to have the agreement. So as I said before, once we have everything, 20 days of entry into force, and roughly around the 15th of May, the new regulation will be in place. Now, if I have to talk about the new GI regulation, I want to frame three things. First of all, it's simpler, it is stronger, and it has an increased focus on sustainability. First of all, simpler. So the introduction of one GI regulation, so we are merging three into one. We're putting wines, spirits, and food into one regulation, with caveats I will mention in a moment, creates a simpler legal environment. Now, the legal framework is also very much streamlined because we have strict deadlines that have been introduced. For example, mandatory deadlines for us in the Commission to examine applications, plus the procedures have been optimized, for example, in case of oppositions, amendments, and cancellations. So the different rules on the GI's procedure have been merged and are common for the three sectors, food, wine, and spirits, and this makes things simpler. Now, the simpler legal framework will make shorter registration times, and we expect to increase the attractiveness of the schemes for producers, especially in countries with few GIs, because it's not a secret that we have Italy with almost 800, France with 700, then Spain with 400, Portugal, Greece, but we have some member states with very little amount of GIs, and we would like to have more GIs in those countries. Now, the controls of compliance with the product specification for food and spirit drink sectors have been tailored to the GI's needs and harmonized. And for wine, control rules were maintained in the Common Market Organization. However, the enforcement applies for the three sectors. Second message, stronger. The new legislative regulation will reinforce producer groups and include new rules for setting up a system of recognized producer groups on a voluntary basis. So GI producer groups are empowered for better GI's management, and their tasks have been extended and detailed. For example, they can represent their members, so the recognized producer groups can take action to improve the performance of the GIs. They, very important, they can agree on sustainable practices. I will come back later on sustainability. And they can undertake promotion activities and advertising campaigns. Again, very important, recognise produce groups. Member States can endorse recognized produce groups on a voluntary basis, and they are free to adopt alternative criteria of eligibility, which should evidently guarantee the representativeness of all producers of their GIs. The new rules, by the way, will also increase the protection of GIs when mentioned in the sale name of pre-packaged processed product, which uses them as ingredients, the issue of ingredients, which has been now found a solution in the new regulation. The new provisions will also enhance GI protection since they introduce the obligation for member states to disable access from their territory to the main names that breach the protection of a GI name. That's called geo-blocking in the jargon. And this will give producers a strong tools in defending their interest. And finally, more sustainable. The new regulation provides incentives for producers and encourages them to include sustainable practices in their GI production. But when we mention sustainability, we're talking about sustainability in the three angles: economic, social, and environmental sustainability. Sustainability practices can be introduced in the product specification on a voluntary basis. We're talking about something which is voluntary basis. And once included there, they become mandatory. And on a voluntary basis, producers can also draw up a sustainability report entailing the description of existing sustainable practices and the impacts in terms of social, environmental, economic, or animal welfare commitments. And they will be published by the European Commission, those commitments. Now, let me conclude. The enforcement of the GI remains the responsibility of member states. It includes controlling the proper use of registered terms and combating fraudulent production. And the new enforcement rules will apply to all the sectors, all the three sectors. The Commission remains responsible for the registrations, main amendments, and cancellations of registrations. And to sum up, common provisions on protection, procedures, and sustainability are unified in the new horizontal GI regulation, which allows an easier interpretation. So overall, in our opinion, the credibility of the EU of the system will be enhanced. And while I think that Mr. De Castro is not there, je vais changer au français pour remercier les deux. Oui, je sais.
I will switch to French to thank the MEP present in the room. I wanted to make a public acknowledgement of in Italian, and I also wanted to thank you publicly, because this is teamwork which was outstanding, and this regulation is of very good quality. So we expect the entry into force in a few weeks.
And again, this is very personal. This is not the European Commission. We have to think on what is next. So now we have a new regulation. This means that for the next couple of years, we are not going to change it. But then I think we have to think, what are we going to do next? And a reflection I want to have to share with you, which is the following. A couple of years ago, we approved the organic regulation. And immediately afterwards, we approved an organic action plan. Maybe with the GIs, we could do something similar. So we have approved the GI regulation, and maybe, it's just a maybe, in the next term, we should collectively think about an action plan to improve GIs, of course with non-legislative measures, because the legislative measures have just been approved. We did that a couple of years ago with the organic action plan, and it worked very well. Again, this is just a reflection. Please do not consider this as a position of the Commission, but I think it's our duty to reflect on the future. Now that the legislation is over, I think we have to think about what becomes next. Again, thank you very much. Sorry for the linguistic mess, and I am open to your questions, criticism whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thanks. to Diego Cangafano, Director in charge of Outreach, Research and Geographical Indication at the DG Agri European Commission. I invite you to take a seat in the audience while I invite to the podium the panelists of the debate that we will have. Diego Cangafano already gave us many ideas. Let's say this GI action plan he gave us a news. So mid-May the new regulation will be in place, and an idea is the GI action plan that is interesting, and I would like to discuss with Ann Sander, MEP and Shadow Rapporteur for the GI revision, Irène Toléré, MEP and Shadow Rapporteur for the GI revision for the European Parliament, Sébastien Breton, Member of Origin EU and General Delegate of the Conseil National des Appellations d'Origine Laitière, CNAOL, Federico Moncunil, Member of Origin EU and Secretary General of the Regulatory Council of the PGI Girona and the PGI Turron de Alicante, Alessio Mammi, Regional Minister for Agriculture of Emilia-Romagna, and Caterina Zografu, Vice Governor of Central Macedonia region. So, I will start from the future. That's a bit that's beginning from the future. It's a bit strange, but the future of EU GI policy. This is a question that I asked myself in the middle of the past legislature. Can we expect GIs continue to benefit from strong support from the EU? I would ask that to Madame Sander, Madame Toléré, and then Alessio Mammi and Federico Moncunil. Sorry. May I ask to keep the 3 minutes, to try to answer in 3 minutes. So, future of GI policy, can we expect GIs continue to benefit from strong support from the EU?
Bonjour à tous. Je voulais d'abord vous dire mon...
Hello everyone. First of all, I wanted to tell you how happy I am to be here with you this afternoon to talk about productions which made the pride and the strength of our European territories. First of all, I believe we can say that geographical indications are a true success. So far, there are more than 3,000 in the whole of the EU, and they are a source of added value for our territories. We talk about more than 55 billion euros. What is the future of geographical indication? Well, I don't have a crystal ball. We shall see what the future mandate will be like. But what I would say is that we have to go even further on the promotion side of GIs, because they play a key part in our territories. The European Commission talked earlier, mentioned a potential action plan for GIs. Well, I would say on the top of my mind that yes, I clap with both my hands, but it depends, of course, of what will be in the action plan, and this action plan will need to be going in the right direction, of course, with no bad surprise with restrictions, discriminations. But yes, of course, we do need, and the microphone just was turned off. So we need to value them, whatever that was. And this is hopefully what is going to happen over the in the next mandate. But I believe that there is quasi-unanimity. The question might be that, between us in the European Parliament, within the Commission or with the Member States, should we put all GIs at the same level? Are we going to continue to defend and to promote GI for meat or for wine, or are we going to use a discrimination? And I am clear on this. We need an action plan for all GIs.
The promotion policy is something we will touch upon after that, but thanks for having introduced the topic. Irène Tollaré, same questions.
Merci beaucoup à tous de m'accueillir.
Thank you very much, everyone, for welcoming me here. It's a pleasure for me to work on geographical indications. We have a culture, common European heritage through those very nice products we eat or drink. On the question, yes, I am convinced that, yes, it is a necessity that geographical indication products be highlighted a lot for the good of the EU for several reasons. There are an economic benefit to it, of course, undeniably, so we should take advantage of it. We have products on which are good for our economy, for our international image, so of course it should be spearheading everything EU does. It also represents, in our motto, United in Diversity, GIs represent a common cultural heritage. In the word agriculture, there is culture, the word culture. When men developed their habitats, they used local ecosystems to optimize their cultural output, and step by step it created goat cheeses, for example, which have a very specific taste thanks to chestnut leaves eaten by the animals. And there is a whole diversity of wine names and hams names and so forth. So this is a great diversity, and in this very moment what we need dearly is to unite ourselves around those products which are full of identity. Geographical indication have always been supported by the EU. This is a well-performing policy, so I don't see why we should dwindle such a performing policy. We have a good leverage, we have good output, so we'd rather invest €1 on a policy which has good results than on policies which will not address issues. So I believe that the common working together is very important. We should not reduce the pace, and we have clear studies showing that touristic choices in rural areas are often connected with discovering a food heritage thanks to promotion at the EU level. And I would like to conclude in this very moment by hammering out something important: trade. Geographical indication use trade deals of the EU, benefit from them, so of course we have to address the weaknesses in some sectors, but we need to keep reaping the benefits with, for example, the deal with the US or Canada and others. We need to protect our GIs through trade agreements to use their fame in the world and to make it increasingly important. And in conclusion, we see that consumers all over the world are increasingly curious about the origin of the product, and this is exactly what GIs are. So I am in favor of GIs, and notably a regulation on GIs which would touch upon issues such as trade and these kind of things in the EU, so that we can reap all benefits of this fantastic thing, GIs.
Comment from a representative of the region, so Alessio Mammi, and the GI producer Federico Moncunil. How much is the EU policy important for the GIs, for your territories and for your products?
Buenos días.
Good afternoon. I come here representing Origin EU. We are more than 90 DPOs and GIs, and I come with José Antonio Pavón from the Jabugo Ham. He comes from the Executive Committee of Origin Spain. I wanted to reference the new regulation saying the following. We are happy for the new online definition, something that has gained popularity in the last years, and finally we see a regulation. The GIs will be able to defend their rights to fight against fraud and disloyal practices. This is a great step forward, but I want to mention the following. The Commission should give WIPO the task of controlling these names, because this will allow us to be more effective to fight against fraud when it comes to names of these products. It is important to be able to denounce platforms that do not respect the regulation through these litigation processes, together with the member states where the GI is registered. And we are all aware of the fact that companies that authorize these names are in third states or third countries, and if so, we will have to negotiate to be able to create different agreements for our European GIs.
Grazie. Fa molto piacere essere qui. L'Emilia Romagna è la regione.
Thank you. Our region has the highest number of GIs. We have 44 of them, and we are about to reach 45. So we know the economic, social, environmental, and cultural value of those products. As far as I'm concerned, I'm convinced that the EU, as it decided years ago to draft the regulation on GI, has made history, giving a great landmark at the global level. It is a fundamental principle to state that food is not just about survival, about food supply is not limited to a mere food heritage. It is also a cultural heritage. So this idea has now spread, the idea that food, everything we eat and drink, is not just for survival, it is also good for development, for the environment, for human development, broadly speaking. And based on this concept, the EU has promoted this regulation, and its review is a good thing. Thank you to all those who contributed to it. And now we will have new instruments to work in this area. When it comes to GI, PDO and PGI products, of course we talk about economic value. In our region it's 3 billion euros, but it's also huge social heritage. For example, Parmigiano Reggiano, we have here the president of this consortium, which I pay tribute to and I'm grateful to. Through this, we keep alive production, people, inhabitants, and we make sure that people stay in our region. We keep remote and rural areas alive. The microphone is now off, unfortunately. Now it's on again. Thank you. So, as institutions, our duty is to work on the enhancement of excellence of those products already world famous. We must protect them and fight imitations, and this new regulation will make that even more possible. The first question which was asked, is the EU going to invest in the future, continue investing in the future on GIs? Well, I believe that without this protection, without this regulation, it is a key pillar of the EU which would scramble down. So we need to promote GIs and promote them worldwide and promote new GIs as well. The European model of GIs could be also an inspiration for other continents. Because Europe has come a long way in this area. When we went to Japan and to the United States, our people there were fascinated by the GI regulation of the EU, and they were surprised to see how many years it took us to reach such a level of recognition for geographical indications. So this is an investment in agriculture, in food, and when it comes to my region, Emilia-Romagna, for the years to come, I hope that the EU will keep investing in this area by enhancing available resources. This is a matter of future and not only a matter for the present. Thank you.
Yes, Assessore Mammi. I would stay on the territories and the producers, because yes, we have a new regulation from mid-May, but let's say the legislative pressure comes also from other regulations on the GIs. So I would ask first to Caterina Zografu and then to Sébastien Breton and then Irène Toléré and Anne Sanders, how to preserve the specificities of GIs, not only in that regulation but also in the CAP and other legislation, such as the food labeling, for instance, the front-of-pack nutritional labeling, the so-called Nutri-Score. So first Caterina Zografu, then Sébastien Breton, Irène Toléré, Anne Sanders, 3 minutes each, please.
Thank you. Από το 1992, όπου
From 1992, when we had the first regulation of GI protection until today, the European Commission has been using GIs as a policy instrument for the development of rural areas. There is no doubt that GIs are extremely important when it comes to economic development, when it comes to regional development, but also to the whole social activity of a region, of the rural areas. In particular, the areas that are isolated in the mountains. We spoke about these areas earlier. We lost the microphone of the speaker. Therefore, through these policies of protection and preservation of GIs, products that have specific characteristics, either because of the geographic area they come from or because of the traditional methods that are used in their production, as well as the know-how, but also the cultural elements. Because like we said before, it is cultural heritage, these GIs. So the European Commission needs to take into consideration all these elements in their policies when it comes to different policies, especially within the new CAP. So cohesion and complementary policies of the European Commission in order to be able to preserve these products and at the same time to give added value to the territories in which they are produced through the touristic promotion while at the same time respond to the current challenges that we're facing, to create new jobs, for example, new economic activities, try to prevent migration towards urban centers, try to renew rural population. In one word, try to improve the quality of life of the people who live in the European rural areas. Let's not forget that products like that, GIs, are highly acknowledged. Let's think of the Mediterranean diet. At the same time, they direct the consumer towards a healthier lifestyle, a healthier nutrition. There's still a gap we need to bridge when it comes to acknowledging these products from the part of the consumers. This is why I think packaging and labels on these products, where we mention their characteristics in an evident way that the consumer will be able to read, are all important elements, so that the consumer themselves will be able to be more educated, make more educated decisions.
Sébastien Berton.
Oui. Bonjour à tous. Je suis déjà...
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure for me to express the point of view of producers on this topic, and I would like to thank once again MEPs and the Commission for all their efforts on the GI regulation, which took into account this diversity. And right now, Mrs. Zographou talked about the important aspect, cultural aspect, which is intrinsic to the European context, and this is indeed food heritage and food culture. And there is a whole cultural dimension. And when we talk about the specificities of GI, it is through the common agricultural policy that we have to make sure that we have dedicated tools dedicated to GIs, which show the importance to regulate healthy markets in terms of products. And in terms of the generic regulation, there are two things to be kept in mind. We will soon have a regulation on consumer information. Some countries have also requested more nutrition information for consumers, and we are not against it, of course, but obviously our GI products who bear this cultural value and this diversity are only interesting for consumers because they are rich, they have specific features, and not only the score in terms of food value. We want to protect our GIs and to keep our initial recipes, so we should be exempted from nutrition scores, because GIs should not be dealt with like any other product. What would be the camembert cheese from Normandy without its wooden box? And the same can be said about the specific features of the Gorgonzola cheese, for example. So we are ready to collaborate in this generic legislation or regulation, but we should make sure to preserve the specific features of those products which make us proud.
Packaging, nutritional labels, and the CAP. How to preserve the specificity of GIs in these three domains.
Merci beaucoup pour cette question.
Thank you for this question. Of course, GIs should have a special treatment in the different legal framework, and it is already the case on the last reform on the common organization for the markets. This has been extended to all markets, the possibility to ask for exception in case of crisis, and we simplified all the procedures for the different markets. We have also added a different exception for the obligation of minimization, and on the nutritional packaging, GIs will benefit from exemptions. There is a favorable opinion from the European Parliament. All the exemptions and preferential treatment should encourage all producers to adhere to these labels, and this could contribute to improve the image of the agri-food system in Europe. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, je ne vais pas être très...
Thank you. I will not be so original, but I would like to insist on two things. There is the CAP, and there are also the other legal frameworks. And it is true that on the pack, we could do an interesting work, because myself, I was a rapporteur on the text on the OCM for the PPE group, and we succeed in maintaining GI specificities and to improve them. We extended what was working well, and at the beginning of the negotiations, it was not easy. I remember the first meetings when I took back this file. It's true that on the management of the offer, we had to show what was working well in order to extend that to other industries on the producers group. So regarding the CAP, I don't have worries, but we need to be cautious on all the regulations, horizontal regulations that can have an impact on GIs. And it's true, you said that the issue of packaging was a very, very difficult point. We spoke a lot about the camembert box, and it's emblematic of all these productions for which we need to keep a specific status and for which we need to have exemptions. Typically, for the text on packaging at the European Parliament Agri Commission, it's a good proposal. Today we have a text, a final text, with uncertainties. GIs are exempted if the packaging was already registered. We need to follow that closely, because all GIs won't be taken into account, even if we have exemptions for the camembert or the morbier. And then we also have the text on the Nutri-Score. There was a lot of warnings. Hopefully the text has been delayed, but this text will come back one day, and so we will need to follow it closely. The text on the animal well-being, that could have an impact. I am thinking about the Conte sector. We really need to pay attention to all these legal texts, because it is an opportunity for GIs. And we need to bear that in mind. Thank you, Anne Sanders.
Producers, because the new regulation allows to enhance the communication on sustainability. But so I would like to understand, what are the GI producers doing and the GI regions doing to improve sustainability in the production process, and how can the new regulation help on that, and how to be prepared to climate change? This is another thing that, you know, GIs are always characterized also by certain pedoclimatic conditions, soil condition, climatic conditions. So what happens when the climate changes? What are the countermeasures that the producers and the regions are taking? Thanks. 3 minutes to Alessio Mammi and Sébastien Breton.
Il concetto e il valore della sostenibilità, naturalmente, nel nuovo regolamento dell'EG viene presentato in modo completo, e che naturalmente mi trova d'accordo prima l'esponente
So I agree with the representative of the Commissioner. Sustainability is very, very important. So sustainability at 3 levels. The region of Emilia-Romagna is investing a lot in these 3 categories, plus 45% of resources in Emilia-Romagna. And so we are investing in quality products, so the implementation of specific agriculture, the use of water resources in a sustainable manner. So we have improved also the well-being of animals. So many resources are invested in order to improve breedings, to be modernized, to respect animal well-being, and we also need to think about organic products, integrated production. The Emilia-Romagna has paid attention to the environment and has kept all the soil nutrients. So today, the Emilia-Romagna has a lot of organic products, and we also have all the regional mountain zones, areas that are not grabbing the whole value. It's important to keep the population in mountain area. That's why we encourage young couple to set in a mountain area. We really want also to create jobs in these areas. We are helped by the region, but we also have European resources that we invest thanks to rural development plans. 20% of the agricultural surface is in mountain areas in Emilia-Romagna. So we are investing with resources. We are also working in order to fight illegal work, and there is also a network of companies fighting all the problems relating to work, and all this is done thanks to the resources we receive.
Sur la question de la durabilité, il y a d'abord une première dimension à oublier.
So there is a first dimension we shouldn't forget, and Mr. Minister from the Emilia-Romagna region said it, how to manage the time. If we have IGIs, it's also to ensure the consumers to have a product that will stay the same on the long term, and it's also a promise for the producers to be able to continue to live in their territories from the products. And we know that with climate change this will be difficult, so we need to ensure sustainability, we need to change, we need to adapt, and that's why we need the means, the resources from Europe, from the territorial collectivities, and the text that has been proposed, and Mr. Congafano said it, the way of easing the specifications, the production specifications will ease all the things, because when we have our cows going out in May and coming back inside in October, then it will be easier, because we will need to adapt all these practices, and we need to have a dynamic vision of all these specifications. The second point I want to raise is the possibility to integrate the principle of sustainability in the specification. It's an opportunity for us producers to show the consumers the commitments we are taking in terms of sustainability, in terms of environment. In France we have some AOPs that are thinking, PDOs that are thinking to continue to transmit, to train people. So we are speaking about the social part and also the sharing of value, how to limit production in order to ensure that we have stakeholders that are going to have a shared added value on how to guarantee that some systems are still working, for instance, for water, to retain water for animals, but also allowing to fight erosion and climate change. So these commitments, we have concrete examples of organisms that are taking measures in order to fight climate change.
Another new element in the GI regulation is the protection online. I would like to ask Federico Moncunil what are the expectations of GI producers on that aspect? Is this going to improve the online protection in your view?
Bueno, me he referido antes a esta cuestión. Lógicamente es un...
Well, I talked about this before. It's a step forward, that's for sure. Let's see if we can defend ourselves from practices from third countries. And as for what André Breton said, he was talking about ways of explaining the consumer, such as, for example, Nutri-Score. We are in favor of transparency and health practices in nutrition. But I want to say that Nutri-Score is not a perfect system. It's true that from an educational point of view, it is very clear because it's red, yellow, green, but the algorithm is not perfect because it doesn't take into account proteins, for example. I'm going to put two examples. For example, light or zero Coke is green, which is healthy, and olive oil is red, which is unhealthy, and that doesn't make any sense. This system isn't managed by anyone. For example, as with Turrón de Gijona, which is an IG, we see that a company said that they asked this to be classified as C, another one classified as D, and the other one as E. Nobody could control this classification. Why? Because the Nutri-Score system is a private system. So if we want to educate the consumer, if we want to help the consumer, we need to look for efficient tools. Just to conclude, I wanted to say that this new regulation is helping more the valorization of the producers. Each one of our regulatory councils can be informed and can be part of any decision made in relation to EU policies in the field of IG. So I wanted to conclude with that comment. Thank you.
Let's stay on the producers group that you have just mentioned. So the new regulation strengthens the producers group, but how to make them more recognized? What new roles and powers are given by the new regulation to the GI producers group? Is this something that the regions and the producers are satisfied with? Alessio Mammi and Federico Moncunil.
Sì, io credo che l'Emilia-Romagna è la regione italiana che ha...
So Emilia-Romagna is the region in Italy who has the most producer organizations. So there is an impetus for us to meet and to work all together. It is an important added value because in our region there are a lot of producers, and GIs are showing that there are some production systems that are consolidated, and these systems are regrouping the initial producer, the transformer, and those the sellers, the resellers, and so we believe in this idea, and so this idea to regroup all people, and that's why we really wanted to underline the PDOs. So if we all work together, we will all be able to work all together and be more strong.
Federico Monconil, what is your point of view on that?
Bueno, hubo una polémica.
Well, it was controversial when it was being negotiated in the trialogue, the fact of acknowledging the Producers Association. We know that the EU has 27 member states, and this represents different interests, different experiences, and at some point it was clear that we needed to respect all those models which had been working for a long time, such as, for example, the regulatory councils in France, in Portugal, in Italy, in Spain. We needed to respect that variety. We had to acknowledge the good work of those entities. And the fact that this association had the rights. So all I wanted to say is that if a model has been working successfully for a long time, should be used to teach other countries which want to learn, which want to grow in this sense. One of the colleagues said that the GI's model is an example for the rest of the world, and I think the Commission did a very good work with different tools, showing different tools in America and Africa. So we are seeing that our model is being copied. We see this in China, for example. This shows us that our model is working for our territory. And as for the producers' associations, are also a very effective tool. So that's very clear.
So this is another thing that is. So everyone was expecting a regulation on promotion of agri-food products in this in the legislature that is going to finish very soon. Nothing arrived, and then one also thinks of the budget of for promotion that our competitors at the global level, I think of the US, for instance, put on the table for their producers. So this is on the promotion of GIs, actually. If they are a flagship product, they deserve a specific treatment, maybe. And then we learned that the first thing that was cut from the only agricultural expenditure that was cut for from in the review of the budget was some centrally managed programs, i.e. promotion programs. So my question is the reduction of the EU budget for the promotion of agricultural products unavoidable in a sense? At the very beginning, Ann Sanders mentioned this possible discrimination between products, and how the promotion policy can help more PDO and PGIs. I will start from Catalina Zografu, Sébastien Breton, Irène Toléré, Ann Sanders.
the financing that is directed from the European Commission towards promotion, not only for GIs, but in particular for GIs. So this financing has multiple directions. First of all, to protect GIs, to preserve GIs, to support the financial impact they have in the whole territory, and at the same time to raise awareness for the consumer within the European Union, but also in third countries for these GIs. Expectations of consumers have increased as well because consumers want products that they can trace where they come from, that they're sustainable and healthy. GIs are products that respond to these demands of the consumers, given that the information reaches the consumer. According to research, we still have a long way to get there until we're able to say that consumers recognize even the logo of a GI product. Consequently, we really think that we need to maintain financing of promoting GI products and maintain the register of these products in our countries, in our member states, so that the producers will be able to benefit from the financing. Additionally, also compared to the producer groups and the programs for GI producers, we see that we need to simplify procedures in order to be able to realize even smaller scale projects and invite small producers who cannot afford to participate in these programs for now, either because of the bureaucracy that they have to deal with, or even because they have no resources to finance their own projects. We need to be able to support small GI producers throughout the whole process of production, to help them, give them guidelines, help them apply all regulations in order for them to be able to participate to these programs. Thank you.
Je pense sur la promotion, et je pense qu'on l'a vu sur les...
On the promotion, and we've seen that from the first interventions, the system around geographical indications is a specificity of the European Union that is not costing a lot to the Commission. And the only thing at stake from the point of view of the investment is the promotion of these products. So we've seen during these last years that the budgets have shrinked, maybe for good reasons, but it's not the topic. But what I can say is that there is no one group that could benefit that was not satisfied of these projects, being it in the recognition of the logo or in the improvement of sales or about the recognition of the product. I will take one example explaining the effort we have deployed for PDO for dairy products. We switched from a 90% recognition rate to 65% in 2024 in France. So this is a huge effort on communication. So if it works, it is working well. So the producers will be satisfied as well as the consumers. And so we really want to push the Commission to deploy joint means, because we are working in a collective system. This is a huge advantage to invest in these communication tools for these products.
Je suis complètement d'accord.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And I would like to add some specific points that have not been underlined. So since we had a limited budget, we were tempted to take this budget to invest in organic campaigns, but I think we need two different budgets. One budget dedicated to geographical indication with the European know-how, the link, local link, and another budget dedicated to organic product. This is something completely different. We know that organic products are mainly imported. So if I spend €1 for the more importations, we also need to invest this budget for the local products. So geographical indications are here, and we really need to take a budget for investing. I am coming from the Occitanie region, and we are always winning at rugby, so we will win this time again. So as far as the resources are concerned, we have a budget for organic product that hasn't been used. So we should have two different budgets. As it has been said, it is a budget that is efficient. We also need to receive a budget from the Commission because it's important to have a promotion policy underlining the geographical indications, but we also need to help ourselves. Do you have an internet website? Are you present on social media? So we need to use the communication tools we have that are existing to help ourselves. So before I used to explain to a small GI that the advertisement was very, very important. So we need to take ownership of this, and we need to share information on all social media. And the Commission is doing a lot of communication campaigns, and sometimes we are not aware of that. So it could be interesting to inform all the producers that some campaigns are being deployed, because today, if we compare ourselves, we have a very small budget. We have 187 million euros, and they have billions of dollars in communication. So we don't have the same tools. That's why we need to be smarter. We need to work all together. So it is a good policy of the European Union. We need to improve it, and we need to work on the content when we talk about the social and environmental responsibility. In the world, we have carbon scores. We have the PDO logo. That's important for us to communicate on this logo, because there are some specifications that have changed. And so we need to work also on the RSC, and we have huge communication tools, and that's why we also need to work on the promotion, allowing small producers to have more visibility, and they also need to have modern tools, and the 100% of the budget should be spent efficiently. And I'm sorry, but the microphone is off, and we can't hear anymore. Thank you.
S'il vous plaît. Oui, merci. Alors, effectivement, cette politique de...
Thank you. This promotion policy is key, and when I say promotion, I mean on the one hand products, on the other hand budget and actions. When it comes to the budget first, the sinews of war, and this is exactly where we have to work hard on the budget. Each year, as you are aware, the European Commission asks the agricultural sector to provide the priorities. Over the last promotion policies of products, it was very difficult to keep red meat and alcoholic beverages in this policy, and in my opinion, we must keep mobilized. And this leads me to my second point. As I've said earlier, when I took the floor, there should not be any discrimination, because those production are, first of all, a reflection of our territories. They are produced in good conditions, so we should also be able to highlight their sustainability, because we are talking here about sustainable productions, and these are also productions close to territories. So they protect agriculture, they add value to the territory, so I believe that things could be done in proximity promotion. And now I turn to local authorities. I know it's difficult because local authorities in France, for example, regions manage the refurbishment of school buildings, and this is with limited budgets, of course, but I know also that, at least this is the case in my region in the east, discussions are ongoing on how we could improve food provision in institutional food services in schools, for example. So we could think of public procurement, for example, and working on the rules over public procurement. And then when it comes to the budget, we have announced a potential reduction of promotion budget. This is something we heard from the Commission, for example, because we are supposed to increase our support to Ukraine. I don't believe that there is any opposition. We want to keep supporting Ukraine, yes, but also at the same time we want to keep supporting our productions. We have many labels, as has been said. Over the 10 years, we had increasing visibility in France. 65% of consumers recognize PDOs, and this is notably thanks to a promotion policy. I believe we must keep going in the same direction.
It's a wrap. There will be time for questions in the coffee break, so thanks to Anne Sander, Irene Tolleré, Sébastien Breton, Federico Moncunil, Alessio Mammi and Caterina Zografu, that I invite to take a seat in the audience. Before the coffee break, we have the speeches of Paolo De Castro, MEP and rapporteur for the GI regulation reform, and Nicola Bertinelli, president of the Consorzio del Parmigiano Reggiano, del formaggio Parmigiano Reggiano. Please, the panels, big round of applause. And please have a seat in the...
Ready to start? So we can start? If you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, I will take advantages of the translation. I will go in my own language. So please take your headphone. Buongiorno a tutti e innanzitutto grazie alla collega Karine Glanek per il lavoro svolto come relatrice.
First of all, allow me to thank Mrs. Glanek for hosting us today at the occasion of this conference before the foreseen publication of the GI regulation. I would like to announce that tomorrow, Thursday, at 2 p.m. with President Roberta Metsola and the Belgian presidency of the Council, we are going to sign the new regulation, which is going to enter into force before the end of April. So 2 weeks after the signature, I would like to thank Origin Europe, AREPO, and the president, and also Euromontana for the invitation and for organizing this event. As we have said, despite the fact that the current mandate gave the impression that we are far away from farmers' reality, this regulation is a concrete example of the extent to which the EU, with an effective political willingness, is able to give support to our food business producers and our farmers and breeders to take the direction to more resilient production systems. 30 years of common agricultural policy has led to the creation of a real quality policy to make the agri-food sector sustainable in terms of food and sustainability of the production system. This was made possible thanks to a promotion management system of many products which are of excellent quality, of proximity with the territories. This was made thanks to extraordinary teams of people, and the rapporteurs who are here made it possible to introduce in this new regulation key new features which will help the system to develop in a way to create new value without investing any additional public funding. Starting from the Commission's proposal, I would like to thank Mr. Gaffano and the whole team sitting right in front of me from the Agri team. They tirelessly supported us along the whole process. We now have a single European text on geographical indication, which will improve the quality of food at all levels in all sectors, while keeping the specific features of all specific products. Production is also something key, and revenues to quality product producers, while also contributing to a more sustainable development. The pillars on which the European Parliament established their work are the idiosyncrasies of this reform. First of all, the enhancement of consortium. This is the real engine of the enhancement of geographical indications with increasing responsibilities, for example, in the fight against harmful practices and the promotion of tourism. Secondly, enhanced protection at the international level, enhanced protection on the Internet as well through the EPO, in the case where GIs are used as ingredients in preparations. We fight also illegal uses and harmful practices to the reputation of geographical indication. Third, the simplification of administrative procedures. We have set deadlines less than 1 year for an examination by the Commission for modification of the specifications in connection with geographical indications. This will need the support of local authorities, of course, and regional authorities have a key part to play. And fourth, to conclude, sustainability and transparency to consumers with compulsory PDO and PGI labels and the name of producers, and a label explaining the importance of those products and when it comes to environmental, economical and social sustainability, but also the respect of animal welfare. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, as a conclusion to tell you that this single text is the only legal text of this mandate supporting sector in a truly sustainable way. This reform is not only an end, it's also a platform, a landing, a starting point for more to come. It's not only an issue of interest for several member states or several specific regions. It should be considered as a political, food, social heritage. Just to name a few, territories are, of course, at the forefront. There is a big growth potential for those countries, and now sectors, territories will have to use this regulation at their best to achieve maximum results. The EU cannot remain a mere observer, which is why, and I turn to the Commission, we welcome the efforts of the Commission, which has already started the reflection process, notably with the they are thinking about establishing an action plan on GIs. This should go in the right direction to support a heritage for millions of European citizens. So this package will make us more competitive and more sustainable and enhance the connection with local and regional territories. Thank you very much, everyone, for your work, your interest, and I hope that your work will continue with great effect. Thank you.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, sono Nicola Bertinelli.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nicola Bertellini. I'm the president of the consortium of the Parmigiano-Reggiano cheese. I believe everyone here knows this cheese, which it is renowned globally. I would like to thank Origin, Europe, thank AREPO, and to thank Mr. Gangafano for everything the DG Agri from the European Commission made in the drafting of those regulations. And thank you to Mr. Paolo de Castro. He has been serving as the true engine, thanks to which we have reached so much outcomes. The Parmigiano-Reggiano cheese, let me just give you one figures, has invoiced more than 3 billion euros It means that 300 companies in the milk sector, more than 3,000 producers in these territories with hills and mountains, in the case of 2/3 of these territories. Without Parmigiano Reggiano, it would be a desert, no production, no employment. More than 50,000 families have a job thanks to Parmigiano Reggiano. And this shows that this regulation confirms something obvious, that geographical indications have outstanding value. I remember that in 1992, the regulation 2081 and 2082 were entered into force, and at the time geographical indications were mere local heritage, but no more than this. They were not considered as a economically and culturally important instrument, and notably for people living off those geographical indications. But it turns out this is an instrument of regional and local and economic development. I now think of further big developments, for example, in the area of tourism. What's happening today demonstrates that geographical indications are an instrument allowing territories to develop themselves and to grow. We are most happy in Italy. We have tourism. If you come to Italy, in the past you would come 3 days and you would go to Rome, to Florence, to Venice. But today our visitors want to have a fully fledged experience of our territories. One foreign tourist out of 3 does not visit Italy to go to the beach or to visit art cities, but want to know more about our food and our wines, which demonstrates the important role played by geographical indication in the lives and in the development of local populations. The role played by groups, by the consortiums. The consortium of the Formaggio Parmigiano Reggiano demonstrates that without coming together, it is very difficult to fully use the full value of geographical indication. In 2024, we celebrate the 90th anniversary of the establishment of our consortium. 1,000 years of cheese and only 90 years of a consortium. This consortium was established in July 1924. Just a few years before, there was a big crisis of the milk sector in Italy, and 28 producers of grana padano, which is a traditional product at the time. Some provinces used to produce in a different fashion, and they fed their animals with a very specific foodstuff, and these producers they use the single features of their products, and they decided to work together and to establish a consortium. 5 years later, they went to the Universal Exhibition in New York City to talk about their products, because at the time, they had already understood that there in New York, the product was manufactured in a different way. And 10 years later, from 28 producers, there are more than 2,000 producers. And this tells you the extraordinary tool that geographical indications are for their territories. Another example of extraordinary democracy, as I was saying earlier, this label, this trademark, comes with a whole value, an whole array of values from a territory. This confirms the value, the added value of consortiums which are an instrument of added value in our sectors. This instrument allows us to be forward-looking, and we don't say it enough. Just imagine the possibility to calculate the value of this geographical indication as a trademark. Just think about it. It is an instrument to create territorial value. And the only fact to say that our consortium has a heritage and that we want to calculate it, it means that our consortium has resources to develop their own territories, businesses, and other stakeholders. Today, more than ever, allow me to highlight it here in the Committee of the Regions. I would like to share with you this. When we talk about development, it's not only about promotion of our products in foreign countries, because yes, we talked about the importance of promoting our products, yes, but there are also other aspects to it. What is key is to support consortium all over the world, especially in countries with no trade deals. In order to protect those geographical indications, we have to support consortiums in this fight. In New Zealand, for example, we as a consortium, we went to court and we won against a multinational company. They wanted to present a patent Parmigiano from New Zealand, and then we opposed it in court and we won. We made a whole file to a New Zealand judge. We had to make a research on the market, on the New Zealand consumers. We made our homework. We presented bread to consumers there, and then we presented cheese, and they immediately recognized that this cheese was coming from Italy. So it shows that geographical indication is something which is clearly understandable and understood to consumers, even so as far as in New Zealand. And I'm saying this to show you that the fact of being supported by the European Union on this path, on this battle, is key in terms of protection of our products. And I will limit myself to this because I could talk for hours about this, but maybe it's not the good time to go into details. But I would like still to add a last thing, which is also essential for the future. There is a risk to lose geographical indications, not because of any wrongdoing of the institutions of the EU, but because we are losing the people who manufacture those geographical indication products. So these are dimensions beyond growth, economy. We need to train people. If those jobs, those trades from a social point of view are not attractive, we will never manage to attract young generations, young Europeans to manufacture typical products of Europe, and this is something to be kept in mind. I don't know what's happening in other countries of the EU, but what I can tell you is that in Italy we have MasterChef, right? The TV program. It's really transformed chefs into master chefs in the food and drink sector. There was no master chef, but today, thanks to master chef, everyone wants to become a chef, and this is high social achievement considered as such in a way. So we have to think how to attract young people, and how to make sure that our geographical indications be connected with ambitious, prestigious jobs. And this is a major theme on which the European Union will have to work hard with the 27 member states. Thank you, Paolo De Castro. Thank you, DG Agri, and long live geographical indications.
Merci beaucoup, messieurs, pour ce.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the first part of the conference, which has come to an end. Now we can have a coffee at the other end of the atrium, of the corridor in the atrium, in the same place as earlier today. Thank you.
Ok, donc merci de prendre place pour cette deuxième partie.
Thank you for stepping in for the second part of this conference, and we have a cocktail in the atrium, and you will be able to taste products from Euromontana products origin and from the moving project. So please do not leave the meeting without tasting our delicious products. And from the producers of Andalusia. So, on those two panels, we will speak about products from mountain areas and national products. So we have the director of Euromontana, Guillaume Coradino, our colleague from AREPO, policy officer Giulia Scaglioni,
Madame Céline Caïdel.
Madame Céline Caïdel, representing the European Commission, Catalina Rogozan from the Association High Clear Consulting, member of the Moving Project, Mr. Angelo Romagnoli, producer of Parmigiano Reggiano, and Mr. Yves Grandemange, dairy farmer in the Vosges, and member of the Fédération Nationale des Producteurs de Lait, and Mr. Corradino, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Laurent. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be speaking to you all today, and I'm very grateful that Euromontana had the chance to partner with AREPO, Moving, and Origin on this event today. I will not take too much of your time. We, together with AREPO and Origin, we saw that it would be very important to make enough time for producers to talk about mountain products, so we will be rather short. In case you don't know Euromontana, we are a multi-sectoral association. We are 28 years old, so soon planning the 30th anniversary. Meaning that we have a mix of different stakeholders representing mountain stakeholders, so mountain territories. We have 65 members in 16 countries now, comprising regional authorities, producers association, development agencies, research organizations, and a few other profiles to complete the mix. So what we represent are the mountain communities. We have been working on mountain products for about 25 years. I was just updating this slide because I have not created it, and the last version just said 20 years, and now it's 25, so time flies. But also a lot of work has been done. So just to focus on the last few years when things really took off. So things took off for the mountain products when the optional quality term mountain products was put into law at European level. And as you can see on this slide, on the bottom part there, so year after year we kept working on it. So we followed the legislation. We advocated for legislation before it happened. Of course, it was not a coincidence. And ever since the Delegated Act of 2014 on the mountain products quality term, we have really been very active promoting it among producers, among European mountain regions. And you can see here in red some highlights and milestones, going from organizing an actual European Mountain Convention event on that topic in 2014. Then a 2016 Charter for Mountain Quality Food Products, where we really encouraged and reached out to producers and regions to make use of it and raise awareness about it. And more recently, well, 4 years now, but with COVID, time is dilated somehow. 2020, we published a study, a quite detailed study on the uptake of the optional quality term for mountain product. I will tell you more about it in a few slides from now. And in 2020, that was also the starting of the Moving project. So there is definitely a connection there. And since 2020, we kept working. And I will tell you more about what we are planning to do in the future, or what could be the pathways for the future of the optional quality term for mountain products. And of course, we are collaborating with Moving and with AREPO to make this future, or to define how this future could look like. So I'm sure you're all aware, but just as a reminder, the optional quantity term is actually two different regulations, one for mountain products and one for products of the outermost regions of the EU. There are some logos that you can see here for the outermost regions, but there is no European logo for the mountain products. That's to be discussed later, maybe. But that's just to set the frame. So the idea behind this optional quantity term was to recognize the difficult condition with which products are being produced in mountain areas and islands as well. The expected benefits, so they are in the regulation, they are pretty clear, they are very well stated. So this is just a summary there. So first of all, the idea of this optional quantity term was to recognize the social, environmental, and touristic value and constraints of the mountain areas and help the producers better market their products, obviously. The idea is also to make it clearer to the consumer what is actually a mountain product and that we avoid fraudulent claims on the origin of some products. It's also an alternative for producers that maybe are small, very small scale companies and maybe don't have access to other quality schemes. So that's meant to be, or that was meant to be, and it is actually in practice a very simple quality scheme. And indeed, preventing fraudulent use of mountain products. That was another expected benefit. I don't go into the details, but as I said, the criteria are very simple. They are stated in this regulation. You can look it up, but basically, if it comes from a mountain, it's a mountain product. If it's processed in the mountain, with some exceptions, this is also a mountain product. Right. Now, what we did in our 2020 study was to look at how this was actually implemented in the last years. Implemented because member states had a lot of flexibility to define a number of measures to implement it. For example, a derogation for the processing of products. The European regulation allows a derogation of up to 30 kilometers, but some member states can decide to implement this derogation or not to implement it. They also decide on how the controls are done, whether there is a national law defining a logo and some rules on that, whether there is a need for pre-authorization, notification from farmers. I mean, all of that is done by the member states, so it's quite important for us to understand how it has been done in practice. So in this study of 2020, which you can find on our website, we looked at most of the European countries, and you can see here on the map the one in blue, or the one that have proactively implemented the legislation into their national law in different ways. I mean, you can find in the study a chapter for each country. We don't have time for that now. So this is just an overview of the differences. I've listed here on this table all the countries that we looked at in the study. And you can see that 3-4 countries stand out with little blue boxes there. It means that they are the countries that had a more maximalist approach to this regulation, in the sense that they have established a proper national law. They have clarified whether they use derogations on processing of product or not. That they have a pre-authorization system, controls, a database, and sometimes a national logo for the mountain products. But then, if you look on the right, the column called uptake, it's the actual number of farmers or producers that use this optional quality term mountain products. And there are very few numbers there. First of all, because when there is no national registry, we don't know. We can ask, but we don't have very good numbers. So the ones who have a national and public registry are Bulgaria, Italy, and Romania. Italy and Romania are the biggest users of the optional quality term, followed by France, even though we don't have details, but we know that it's been used, and you will hear more about it later from Yves. And Bulgaria has a registry, same as Slovenia, but very, very little uptake, especially in Slovenia with a nice 0. So what does that tell us? That tells us that there is no consistent use of the optional quality term. We see some trends. We see that Bulgaria and Romania have a very similar approach. We see that France is more relaxed about how it's implemented, which leads to some difficulties and weaknesses. And Italy is kind of in between, so that's quite a very interesting case. But it doesn't tell us a lot. So the conclusion that we drew from this study was, first of all, that it's not meant to be I mean, we don't expect the optional quality term to be used uniformly everywhere. We don't want it. Mountains are very different. Some countries have other means to promote their products, and it is clear that it is not relevant everywhere for everyone. Still, we have to understand in which cases it is relevant, in which cases it is useful. We also notice that in the countries with an active communication campaign from the government and the producer association, it helps the uptake. Obviously, there is no secret here. What is missing from this study, and that's a segue to the next presenter, is that we didn't really evaluate the actual impact on the ground for the producers, for the consumers, on the value of products. We didn't have that. It was a study on quantifying the uptake. So it was not clear, and we need to understand whether the expected benefits have been realized, whether there was even an incentive to relocate some activities in the mountains to benefit from this quality scheme. Short answer was not really, but it's not a big surprise. And does it contribute to the economic resilience of the mountain value chains? Not clear, but the potential is there. But all of that was not in our studies. That's why what we need to do is to gather more data, and this is in this context that we have collaborated with MOVING and AREPO to try to start getting this kind of data, this qualitative analysis that we are missing. Because without this qualitative analysis, we don't really know what direction we should take with this optional quality term, whether we should keep things as they are or be a bit more strict or more flexible. And this information has to come from the producers. And I will hand over to you, and I will come back to all of you in a few minutes for a couple of conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Guillaume, for this complete introduction that gives me the possibility to go straight to the presentation of the result of MOVING analysis of the implementation of the EU optional quality term mountain product. Just before I start, I wanted to share with you that the whole report will be published soon, and it will be available for download from MOVING website, so stay tuned to consult the full report. As Guillaume said, this report was designed in collaboration with Euromontana and also Eichler Consulting in order to address the needs that he just presented and that were identified by the last Euromontana study published in 2020. To this end, we realized a double survey directed both to regional administration and producer to collect information on the implementation and on the impact of the optional quality term mountain product. From the national and regional administration, in particular, we wanted to gather information concerning the implementation of the OQT at national level, and also to assess the impact at territorial level. From the producer, we wanted to gather qualitative and quantitative data to collect a preliminary feedback on the impact of the OQT for producers. We collected 210 replies, 150 from Italy, 57 from Romania, and 3 from France. And with that, I go straight to presenting you the limits of the analysis. As you can see, it has a limited geographical representativeness with only 3 member states included out of the 9 that Guillaume just presented that have implemented the OQT at national level. So it's just 1/3. And furthermore, we just have only 3 replies from France. This is justified, as Guillaume already said, by the fact that while for Italy and Romania we have a list of registered producers, this does not exist for France. So it was a bit more difficult to reach producers. So this is the first limit, and we think that the result should be tested further with further research on also the other member states. Furthermore, we focus especially on producers, so what we can tell about consumer perceptions and awareness is analyzed through producers' view and experience. And finally, we managed to collect limited data on the territorial impact of the OQT. Nevertheless, we think that we collected some valuable insight, and I would like to share with you some key messages from the survey. First of all, let's start with some descriptive data concerning the respondents. As you can see, there was a majority of primary producer, 61% of the respondents, followed by on-farm processor and off-farm processor. Concerning the product category, the main product category is fruit, vegetable and cereal products, both fresh or processed, with 34% of respondents, followed by honey and also milk, cheeses and other dairy products. Regarding the target market, as you can see from this table, the primary target market is the local one for 75% of the respondents, followed by retailers also and company shop. We also try to look into the value of production, collecting the approximative value in thousands of euro of the product produced under the OQT mountain product. As you can see here, 84% of respondents are in the range up to 50,000 euros. So we can say that there is a predominance of smaller to medium-scale producers with a limited number of high-value producers. Concerning the extent of production using the OQT, 44% of producers indicated that they apply the OQT to the entirety of their production. And then we try to collect some more detailed information concerning the adhesion to the OQT. First of all, concerning the knowledge of the OQT, the respondent declared that they get to know the OQT mainly through online sources and traditional media, and also through word of mouth between operators. When asked to describe the main motivation for joining the OQT, the 72% of the respondents identified really important the increased visibility of the products on the market, but they were also interested, more or less 20% of them, by increasing company profit margins and also to the access to the possibility to access to the support and funding of the rural development plans. This is actually a really interesting data concerning the presence or not of additional costs. The respondents, the high majority of respondents, 85%, declared that the adhesion to the OQT did not result actually in increased cost. And for the 15% of the respondents who declared that their cost increased, they identified mainly administrative costs or costs related to controls or also costs related to the adaptation of production processes to the rules of the OQT. Finally, 44% of the respondents declared that they have undergone inspection by relevant authorities. We also try to look into the interaction between the optional quality term and other quality schemes, and among the respondents, 22% of them participated in another quality scheme in addition to the OQT. And when looking into the perception of the interaction between different systems, there is a general positive perception of synergy and complementarity between the OQT and other quality schemes, and in particular there is a good interaction with organics and also geographical indication. However, some of the respondents also highlighted some concern about the overlapping between too many quality schemes. Concerning public support and assistance, only 24% of the respondents declared having received support or assistance from public administration, in particular to receive support and clarification concerning the requirement to be met for joining the schemes, or support in retrieving and filling the form, so really practical support. And only 5 respondents declared that they received financial financial support for the promotion of the optional quality term mountain product. This is in line with what we found out through the survey submitted to the region, in the sense that the existing rural development measures dedicated to the support of quality schemes failed in a way to address the needs, the specific needs of the OQT producer in terms of financial support, because the measure covering certification costs de facto excludes the OQT, since there are no certification costs, and the other one covering supporting promotion of quality products focus on producer association as beneficiary for the support for promotion activities, and therefore the possibility to promote mountain product is limited or even impossible due to the lack of mountain producer associations. So at the moment we highlighted that there is no specific measure capable to target this sector. Concerning the evaluation and the impact of the OQT, as I already anticipated, we had really limited data on the impact at territorial level. Only 3 respondents from Italy and 9 from Romania declared that there was a business relocation, partial or total business relocation, but there are no further detail provided with the replies, so we cannot take any conclusion. And also the replies from regional administration survey suggested that the OQT has not really have an impact in terms of relocation of business to mountain area. Is more that the operators that are already in mountain areas are seeking opportunity to enhance the value and promotion of their products through the OQT. Nevertheless, some interesting cases can be collected, and there are some collective initiatives to develop value chain in mountain areas. So this indicates at the same time an effort to leverage the OQT for regional development. Concerning some other aspect of the evaluation, it's interesting to see that 60% of the respondents declared that the OQT fulfilled their expectation, especially in terms of increased sales and expanded market channel. A bit less in terms of higher prices. This is a bit the limit we identified in this term for the OQT. Only 40% of them declared that the expectations were not fulfilled. But it's interesting to cross this reply with the reply to the long-term commitment to the OQT, because 90% of respondents to the survey plan to continue using the OQT, and only 1% intend to stop using it. So even among the respondents that affirmed that the OQT did not meet their expectation, actually the majority declared that they intend to continue using it. So we can see that there is a positive outlook and trust in the scheme's potential benefits, and also there is a recognition of the OQT value and its potential to enhance the visibility and consumer appeal of mountain products over time. So this is my conclusive slide. We also identified some main challenges and obstacles. First of all, the critical lack of awareness and understanding among consumers, impeding their ability to appreciate the quality and the value of mountain products. And there is also a lack of recognition among other stakeholders like wholesaler, processor, and tourists. So this is really a limit for the impact of the OQT. There is also an inadequate institutional promotion and a lack of coordination and fragmented promotion between public and private initiatives. There are logistical challenges inherent, of course, to production in mountainous areas. And as I said before, speaking about the public support, there is an absence of this designated measure tailored to aid promotion of the OQT mountain products, and also a lack of collective governance to advocate for mountain producers' interest. There is also insufficient awareness among producers concerning the OQT existence and condition of use. And finally, we identified also a gap in the legal framework in prohibiting other references to mountains, which allows for exploitation of mountain term and image without restraint, causing unfair competition for producers and also inadequate protection for consumers. All that to be addressed need policy intervention. So I give back the floor to Guillaume for some conclusive remark and recommendation. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Julia. So I'm going to be very short. It's just some conclusion, and I didn't want to make them before she could present the result of the work of Moving. So to us, it's an excellent example of how we can collaborate and work hand in hand with a research project and also with AREPO, of course, to keep building on the knowledge we have currently on this optional quality term. So the key takeaways as far as Euromontana is concerned is that generally speaking, we definitely need to collect more data of this type. So in this project, of course, Moving could not cover all the countries, and we have only 2 mainly, so that's not sufficient. So we need to find ways to collect more feedback, and we are doing that today also with the next speakers. We need to hear from producers how it goes on the ground. Clearly, there are different realities, and clearly from the weaknesses that have appeared in the study, they relate to how the member states are implementing the OQT. It does not really question the intention or the scope or the criteria that are put into the EU regulation. So in the short term, the way that we understand it is that we need to work more with the member state to optimize the way that the OQT is being used, with more clarity and incentive to help producers make use of it and just know about it. Definitely having national registries not only makes our life easier here in Brussels, but probably also helps with the promotion and the control of the OQT on the ground. The question of a logo is quite important, because we notice that if there is no dissemination and promotion campaign, it's really hard to expect any significant uptake. Then whether it means having a national logo set into law or a more private or producers-led initiative like in France, this is to be assessed better. Also, a point that was clearly showed in the study is that we also need to ask member states to facilitate collaboration and collective governance among producers, as was said and as was expected and as was known before. The users of the OQT are often very small producers who don't necessarily have the means to access solid and mass media or expensive promotion measures. At EU level, I would say in the short term, we need to find ways to better promote the OQT. So of course there is a promotion program where the OQT is of course eligible, but one little remark is that on the website, if you look at the eligible schemes, it is not listed. It is in the regulation and everything, but it is not on the easy to read page, as far as I could tell yesterday. And we heard about why not having an action plan that does not require changing the regulation, which is already there. It's nice. So that's definitely something we could explore more, and it sounds like a good idea maybe to combine an action plan for GIs and OQTs, whether mountains or islands. I mean, everything is okay. And longer term, after we have collected additional data, after we have optimized the way that the OQT is known and used on the ground, whether we need to reassess the regulation at European level, that's for a later discussion. Whether we need a European logo, that's also for a much later discussion. But that's definitely some of the pathways that we need to keep on the radar. And as far as Euromontana is concerned, we will keep digesting the study from Moving. We will integrate it into our own study, and we will keep updating it over the next years with input from producers and of course, qualitative and quantitative data so that we keep track of how this OQT is going. And on that, I stop and I hand over to Céline. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I don't have a fancy PowerPoint presentation, so I will just speak from here. I want to thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me here today and to hear all about this work. I want to congratulate you on this huge work, the survey and the draft report, which I already had the chance to read. And I find this a very solid basis on which to have, as you note in your report, some first insights, so to say, and recommendations. I will come back to this, but I think we need to continue the work because indeed there is a lot that we don't know about the use of mountain product optional quality term. But I want to take a little bit step back because we heard about the GI review already earlier today. And it was interesting, at least when I was preparing for today, to see that there was not much in our impact assessment on mountain products. Impact assessment, I mean on the GI review, the Geographical Indication Regulation. There was not so much voices that we heard from stakeholders, neither member states nor producer groups on mountain products. So it goes to show something. It could be indeed this lack of organization. So that's interesting. And then we had the GI review process that took a long time, that is being signed tomorrow, and will probably enter into force in May. But that doesn't mean that the train on mountain product has forever left the station. And as you say, we continue to hear from the sector, because already the sector is talking about an action plan. So it's not like we can rest on our laurier, as we say in French, but we will continue the work. So for this, I would strongly indeed encourage the sector to continue gathering information and feedback from producers and member states, because we need to learn indeed what is going on the ground. What are the views of member states, of authorities that are dealing with mountain products and quality scheme in general, and what can be improved or should be improved. Why is this valuable, at least from the Commission point of view? Because we have no information, because this is entirely up to the member states, indeed, to implement this scheme. And as you've noted, it was thought like this. It had to be easy to use, and it had to be up to the member states to see how they wanted to implement it. We have a delegated act, which is probably one of the shortest I've ever read, and even that can be derogated from. So Euromontana's report was a very good source of information for us. This report will be a very good source of information, and we need to indeed map the practices as they exist and as they will develop on the ground from other member states. And I note Austria, which, I mean, Austria is an obvious mountainous state, so to say, Germany, Bulgaria, Croatia, but also those who have not implemented the scheme at all. Why? Why are producers also not pushing for it, or are they pushing but not being heard? What are their motivations? What is the drawback that they see? This report is, I've read it as in sort of like a case study, because we read a lot about Italy and Romania, and a little bit about France, not to disregard that they did participate in some scale. Something that's already very interesting is that it can already inspire other member states as you read it, because it shows to them what has been put in place, what can be put in place, very simplistically, to already help, because the ones who are then signing on, 90% of them say we will stay on. So it means that if you do something, it's making everybody's life happier on that project. So so that's a good. It's always good for other member states to see what their neighbors are doing, to inspire themselves and perhaps learn from it. So I want to take a few examples because when I was reading it, I was thinking, yes, indeed, what about a list of users? Yes or no? The advantages, the drawbacks. It really would help, indeed, with controls, for example, in France. And it has certain advantages, but then what about the challenge of maintaining it up to date? As you note in the report, it's not always the people who are using it. They have the right to use, but are they using it? Sometimes they've stopped operating altogether in the sector, so the list is not up to date. So it makes the life of the authorities complicated. So it is something to sort of finding the right balance here. The impact of information campaigns, also clear in Romania, the uptake in 2020 and 2021 after an information campaign. The data is there. You just collected it. So it clearly shows that there is an impact. I'll come back to that about promotion campaigns. And I found it also interesting to see how users of the optional quality term have heard about it. Because it was quite an even spread, even though there was a little bit of a majority. It was quite an even spread across the different channels. And that already you can draw a conclusion from that all those channels should be used if we want to continue promoting this optional quality term. So not any of them has sort of a priority, word of mouth or institutional campaigns. Both of them are useful. All four that were proposed as choices for the answers. I want to come back a little bit, I've touched on it, on controls. And when I speak of controls, it's mostly on the aspect of protection of the optional quality term and enforcement, as we think of it in, I would say, in the quality scheme geographical indication world. So it's not so much the control of the user of mountain product quality term. It's the control on the ground of those who are using it and don't have the right to use it or are not using it properly. I cannot stress enough how we, and when I say we, I would say the geographical indication unit, and I can't speak on behalf of the whole Commission, think this is very important. Because producers note in the report, in the survey, how the term mountain is still being used, while some producers are not adhering to the optional quality term rules. That shows 2 points. First of all, it's a huge challenge for the member state authorities. I mean, controls is a challenge, but control of, an optional quality term creates another challenge. So even in member states where you have listings, rules, where it's regulated, where it's organized, you still have an issue of controls and enforcement. So it shows that there is, again, that balance to be found on implementing such a scheme. And then, time and again, and we repeat and repeat, controls are very important because they're a cornerstone of a quality scheme. Because without that, you can't create or reinforce consumer confidence in the scheme, so they will just distance themselves or disregard, and you don't create the willingness and the worth of the effort for the producers to adhere to a scheme. So they also will distance themselves. So you need to create that trust, and by creating that trust, you need to, and we've heard it in the panel before, get rid of the counterfeiting, the fraud. On the challenges that are noted and the recommendations, I think when we refer to the optional quality term, mountain product, I think we all agree also here that all those challenges and recommendations are shared at large by producers that are in mountainous areas at all. because, as a matter of fact, they're placed in more stringent conditions for production. They have increased costs, reduced possibilities to use certain machineries. And they don't see those challenges compensated in better profit margins. I'm sure we'll hear about it in a minute. So the two are very much interlinked. It's a little bit difficult to really assess what is linked to the optional quality term intrinsically or just generally for these producers in general. I wanted to react on the EU level recommendations, but they've changed between the draft report and what you just presented. So on promotion, I hear, and I will take back, and my director is here, and he's also in charge of promotion, so we will take back and the note that it is not clearly said that mountain products is eligible for the promotion program of the European Commission. So facilitating accessibility to promotion, it will be something that we will reflect on, I'm sure. And so I turned this way because this is where my director is now taking notes. But on the organization of producers in producer groups, I think the jury might still be out. I don't know if this is something that would not perhaps create administrative burden, which goes against the easy to use, so to say, essence of this optional quality term. Then again, there are other ways to get to the promotion program, and we have several organizations in the room that can definitely carry applications for promotion program on behalf of mountain product producers. I won't come back on controls too much, but I wanted to say something about the fact that we have to remember that controls are in the hands of member states, not the Commission. And while we're very, very interested in the topic and following it with great care, at the end of the day, and there we are in the hands of what member states are doing. So we can only be sort of raising the hand and saying, please be more careful here. On the logo, interesting. Again, to be reflected on, and I'll take that home and we can discuss. But let me conclude on this by thanking you for this work. Please do continue, even though the moving project is concluding, and do share with us the continued work with the community, because I'm sure it is invaluable to them. Many thanks.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Keidel.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Keidel. Okay, so we now continue with the presentation of Catalina Rogozan.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catalina Rogozan. I am part of High Clare Consulting from Romania, and we are partners in the Moving project. And let me present you a more detailed analysis of the implementation of the optional quality term mountain product in Romania, based on 3 studies that were undertaken in 2023, 2 out of them part of the Moving project. As you may all know, Romania is one of the largest countries in Central and Eastern Europe, and it has 38% of its territory covered by mountains, and almost 1/4 of its population is living in mountain areas. Regarding the delimitation of mountain area, this is done very explicitly and clearly in Romania. We have the law number 197 from 2018 and Order 97 from 2019, which state the criteria that can be used in order to delimitate the mountain area, as well as the land administrative units that are part of it. In Romania, the optional quality term mountain product is regulated by 3 pieces of legislation. First, we have the decisions 506 from 2016, which established the national structure for registering and controlling the use of this term. Then we have Order 49 from 2019, which adopts the national logo for the mountain products. And then we have Order 174 from 2021, which specifies the control and verification procedures. Regarding the institutional framework, we have 3 institutions that have attributions in implementing and controlling the use of this mountain product OQT. First and foremost, we have the National Agency for Mountain Area. The acronym is ANEZM. This agency develops the procedure for obtaining the OQT, verifies that the products are meeting the criteria, updates and manages the National Registry for Mountain Products, and verifies and controls that the operators that have the right to use the OQT are using it in accordance with the legislation. The agency is structured into 1 headquarters, 7 regional mountain development centers, and 32 mountain development offices. Second, we have the National Authority for Consumer Protection, which verifies and controls the product labeling on the market. And thirdly, we have the National Sanitary, Veterinary and Food Safety Authority, which authorizes and registers products for sanitary, veterinary and food safety requirements, and also controls the food operators from the industry. The Romanian national legislation mirrors very well the EU definition of a mountain product as a product made for human consumption that meets the following criteria. The raw materials originate from mountain areas, the animal feedstuff originate primarily in mountain areas, and the processing takes place in mountain areas. We also have the derogation of 30 kilometers for 2 types of processing activities, milk and dairy processing units, and slaughtering of animals and cutting and deboning of carcasses can happen on an area of 30 kilometers away from mountain areas, because in Romania not all mountain areas have the necessary infrastructures for undertaking these processing activities. Now, going a little bit into the registry for mountain products, as of June 2023, the National Agency for Mountain Area received a number of 3,777 applications, a very large number, while in the first 3 years of implementation, that is 2017, 18 and 19, the number of registration was increasingly, but at a moderate pace. We see a very steep increase in 2020, and the number of registration reached its peak in 2021, where we had 60 times more registration than in 2017. The main reason for this is the efforts of the staff of the National Agency for Mountain Area, which went and discussed with the producers from mountain areas and convinced them of the benefits of this quality scheme. However, starting with 2022, we see a decline in the number of registrations. This is because of 2 main reasons. First of all, the producers that were much easier to reach were already reached by now, and the producers that were very much willing to adopt the quality scheme already implemented the OQT. Secondly, we have the distribution of registration for the OQT mountain product by product category. From this, we can see very clearly that the vegetables and fruit products represent more than half of all registration. That is more than 52%, followed by milk and dairy products, bee products, meat and other meat products, and less than 1% we have fish and fish products, eggs, bread, bakery and other pastry products. Furthermore, 67% of all the registrations are unprocessed products. In the map, we can also see 2 trends highlighted that we noticed from the analysis that we've done to the National Registry. We see some counties that have a more specialized approach to the OQT mountain product, and we see counties that have a more mixed diversification approach to the OQT. For this reason, we can see that the counties Argeș, Dâmbovița, Timiș, or Cara-Severin have more vegetables and or food products registered. Then we see Arad, which only has, for example, honey and bee products registered. We see Suceava, Alba Iulia and Bistrița Năsăud with milk and dairy products. But we also see mixed approach, for example, in Brașov, in Harghita and in Cluj. It was very nice during this research to discuss with the involved institutions and to interview the agri-food producers in order to gather their perspectives and to better understand how they see the implementation of the mountain product OQT in Romania. However, we also wanted to see what is the perception of the consumers and to understand it very well. And for these reasons, we surveyed 65 consumers from Brașov County. And out of all the respondents, 83% of them shared that origin and place of production are the main reasons behind their purchase decision, followed by the price and the reputation of the brand. When they discussed about origin of production, they meant mostly local and national products. These are the most important for them. While 62% of the producers declared that they are looking for quality labels when purchasing food, and 50% of them said that they are regularly buying labeled products, 70% of the consumers were not aware of the European OQT mountain product or of the criteria that these products must meet in order to use this label. Furthermore, there is a confusion in the mind of the consumers between the national logo, which we can see on the slide, and other symbols or phrases that use from the mountain and are confusing the consumers because there is no verification in place for these kinds of products. To conclude, I think we can say that the implementation of the OQT mountain products is quite successful in Romania if we look at the number of the registered products and the popularity of this quality scheme among the producers. However, the implementation could still be improved in order to ensure that the benefits of this quality scheme are better felt by the producers and consumers. The main strengths of this quality scheme are that there is no fee involved in obtaining it. The registration procedures is considered to be very straightforward, and the producers are content with the level of support they receive from the National Agency of Mountain Areas. There exists some forms of promotional tools for the products that have the right to use the OQT mountain product, and here we have the ANSM Facebook page, the ANSM website, and also the website Produs Montan, which states every mountain product that has been certified. And then, of course, that the OQT offers a competitive advantage, so it is much easier for the consumer to distinguish these products on the shelf and to distinguish it from other similar non-labeled products. However, the scheme also has a set of significant weaknesses which should be addressed in the future. It needs to be better promoted among the consumers as to raise awareness at national level regarding its benefits. There is a need for formal institutional coordination mechanism between the three institutions mentioned before on control attribution. There is a lack of legislation to control other products that may use mountain-related words on symbols. And as of December 2023, in Romania, the VAT reduction, which was of 4%, is no longer in place for mountain products. This reduction was considered to be a great benefit for the producers, and it promoted the consumption of high-quality products among the consumers. So it would be very good to have it back, if possible. Thank you for your attention.
Buongiorno, voglio ringraziare AREPO, Euromontana e Horizon.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to participate to this very important conference today. I would like to share with you the experience of our producers consortium, the producers of Parmigiano Reggiano. I am a milk producer for Parmigiano Reggiano. My company is in Casteldagliano. It is near Bologna, in 800-meter altitude, a typical company of the milk sector of the area, with approximately 90 animals, production of 700 tons per year. I also work with a cooperative which is called Cannevacia. It processes milk into Parmigiano Reggiano, PDO and markets it it. In the Parmigiano-Reggiano system, mountain production is very important. In fact, it accounts for about 20% of the total PDO production. In figures, we are talking about 862,000 wheels of cheese produced in 2023 by 83 dairies and 830 milk producers. It means 350 million euros in economic terms. We are one of the most important mountain PDO. Thanks to the offer regulation plan in 2014, the protection potential of the mountains has been safeguarded and production in the mountains has not been declining. But the issue of the economic sustainability of mountain production remains. In fact, the production of milk and Parmigiano-Reggiano cheese in mountain area is much more expensive than in lowland areas. As you can see in the screen, there is it is about 0.7, 0.9 euros per kilogram of cheese. And what about the compensation of those higher costs, which is why we decided to establish this consortium to exploit the benefits of regulations and to give a concrete response to economic valorization. This project started from the field with all stakeholders, and it is based on two pillars, certification and valorization. We worked based on regulations 1151 and 665. Additional requirements has been laid down to create the preconditions for valorization. For example, a minimum maturation period of 20 months. Also, we check the organoleptic quality of the product. Then we ask for an indication of the producing dairy on the packaging. Based on the certification, the pillars of valorization were defined by linking it to a specific logo granted only to producers and operators. We have activated investment in communication and promotion. Now I would like to talk about our results. First of all, on the supply side, we have aggregated and involved an important group of producers. Today, we are 35 dairy producers with more than 220,000 wheels of cheese per year. As far as market valorization is concerned, the trend is in demand continues to grow. The product has been included by many distribution chains and used by many traders. The logo is now beginning to be known. However, the limitation in the market has not yet managed to pass on a satisfactory premium to producers, but we are convinced that with the support of the communication and valorization actions we have made through this consortium, we are going to be able to address this difficulty. In conclusion, the assessment of the innovation introduced by the EU is very positive. However, I would like to tell you on behalf of all producers involved, I would like to emphasize on the major barrier to concrete trade today. It is the presence on the market of many products that use the term mountain without it having any connection in reality with the mountain. This creates confusion amongst consumers and creates unfair competition. Therefore, we hope that the European Commission and the Member States will intervene in order to improve the conditions to promote true mountain products. Thank you.
Ok. Donc, bonjour tout le monde. Donc, je vais déjà...
Good evening. My name is Yves Grandemange. I am a dairy farmer in the Vosges mountains. I think we are very close to Brussels, and with one part with the transformation, we are transforming our cheese, and one part is sold to a company, dairy company. So the topic here is to see what we can improve on these mountain labels. So we are talking about cheese from the eastern region. So we are processing our cheese in our company that was using this label, mountain products, and hence I had the opportunity to explain my experience. And we have a reflection in France, on the one hand, because there was in other regions, mainly in the center, groups or users of this logo. So the organization is not well structured. The organization of the center region is led by Attitude, the organization named Attitude. It is not recognized, it's mainly on milk, and it is not recognized because, as I said, we have a cheese, but a basic one that is just produced in the mountains, and we have the central region who is producing milk processed in the mountains, but they needed an added valorization. We have made studies, and we have a difference in production cost of 60% between milk from the lowlands and milk produced in the mountains. So we have a great interest in valorizing our product, in valorizing this logo representing low volumes. So the main objective we have in France via this association is to mobilize all the economical stakeholders in order to see how we can promote all these products for this logo. Well, it was well used before, now it is less used. We still have some specifications in many companies, but we need to promote this logo for the other companies to use this logo. And I think that if we want to have a dynamic if we want to promote milk from the mountains, we need many stakeholders to use this logo. And so, as I said, we have this logo that is not used by everyone, and that is the problem. So these are our weak points. We really need to convince all the operators to implement this logo. And I'm going to speak about milk because this is my industry. We have simple specifications. We need to buy food in the zone, but these specifications are related to the mountain. And so for people controlling these specifications, the companies have an interest to join in order to harmonize, to know how to implement the specification when they have to be controlled. So it's in France. We don't use that a lot. We have a country in which we have many products. We have a lot of labels between Nutri-Score, AOP, all the labels. So we have the PDOs, PGIs. We have too many labels. So there is a lack of interest on the one hand, and the logo isn't visible enough. So the interest is to have a national logo, a strong national logo, and maybe to do as the other countries are doing with their own logo. Another point, I have spoken about the milk, but I have also other industries. So on water, mineral waters, we're using this logo, and there is a problem on the regulation. Today they can't use it anymore, so they are not using it anymore, and it's a pity. So in conclusion, in France, we as milk producers, we have low volumes in the mountains. In the Pyrenees, for instance, we have 10% less milk. We have very weak companies, companies importing milk from abroad, from elsewhere, from the lowlands. And these companies are very weak, and also with the CO2 emissions, it is not good at all. And maybe these companies will relocate into lowlands, so there is a risk. So the interest, I think, today, the interest is to have to raise awareness on the products from the mountains. We need a support. We need support for those producers. Thank you.
Ok, bah écoutez, on vous remercie tous les...
Thank you all for your presentations. Thank you for your interventions, and I think we will conclude this session. So Charles de Paris, please just come and join us. And since I won't take the floor after Mr. de Paris, for protocol reasons, I just want to remind you to come back to the atrium, where you will be able to taste all our products from the mountains, products offered by the producers of Euromontana and Andalusia. And it's okay.
Je peux mettre au bout là-bas ?
Si, je sais ce que j'oublie. Les interprètes sont...
Yes, and the interpreters are also invited to the degustation at the atrium.
Voilà, ça fonctionne ? Alors voilà, je m'appelle Charles.
My name is Charles de Paris. I am a farmer in the farm. I am a milk producer for the Pont l'Évêque. It's a cheese. If you don't know this cheese, I really invite you to taste and to read all the information on the Pont l'Évêque cheese. And I am also a producer of the Camembert de Normandie. I am president of a producer organization in the farm. So promotion is very important for me. I can imagine that you represent many good products. I have heard all the presentations, and among which those who are in direct contact with the products. My friend Nicolas spoke with his heart of his cheese, and we will taste all these products, and we will celebrate the anniversary, and also Romanian products that will maybe have GI, this will allow us to federate more our organization, Origin Europe, that is in need of that in order to have a larger range of products. So I've been asked to conclude this session. I will read my text. I hope I don't read too fast, and I would like to thank the interpreters, and I hope I won't speak too fast for them. So I will conclude this conference on the European legal framework for quality products, focusing on the opportunities and the challenges for the GIs and products from the mountains. I would like to thank all these people who organized this organization. Madame Morin, a neighbor. Yeah, we live close. I also have a part of my family in Perche, but it's not the same region as Pont-l'Évêque. Thank you to the Committee of the Region, thank you to the European Commission, the European Parliament, and Mr. Director, as well as Madame Céline, that I have had the pleasure to listen to, the representatives of the region and other stakeholders, interpreters, and the Secretariat of AREPO, Euromontana, and Origin Europe for the organization. I would like to underline the work of Amandine. I would like you to stand up, because Francesca and all my colleagues. So for Origin, if you want to join our organization, please contact her. It's very important. We have a European dimension also in our system, and we also have a world dimension that is chaired by Riccardo, and we also have our director Massimo, who's here. During the round table and during the presentation of the studies of national cases this afternoon, we've been able to understand the importance of quality policy at the European level, focusing on opportunities as well as the challenges. The opportunities, we need to underline the positive evolution of the legal framework during these years through the revision of CAP in 2021 and recently the revision of AG policies. These revisions are offering opportunities for producers, giving them a regulatory framework that is stronger. The producer groups, associations, will be at the heart of the system, and they will be actors and hence drivers of their industry, and this is very important. Challenges to come. Despite this progress, we are facing huge challenges. The producers and the regions are facing huge challenges. Among those, the climate change, attacks against the products, European or national regulations that don't take into account specificities and the lack of institutional support. It is essential to recognize all these challenges and to work all together to face them by setting up policies and strategies meeting the needs of producers and regions. The role of the Member States and the European Commission will be key in order to support the producers in the setting up the implementation of the new IG policies and to evolve towards sustainability. So during the presentations, the importance of quality products was underlined, mainly the social, economical and environmental impacts. These products are key elements of the rural European policy. Products from the mountains and GIs are illustrating this reality. Their production helps the economy but is also contributing to the development of the territory. Indeed, these products don't limit to the economical value. They are very important for the preservation of ecosystems, of local communities, and are also helping a sustainable economy as well as an important economy. So these products are very essential. GIs as well as mountain products can lack recognition among consumers and producers. So it is very important for this concept to be put forward by the regional, national and European institutions. Moreover, it is needed to raise awareness on the promotion, to show the advantages that the producers can take from these logos and promotions. That's why it is important to set this policy at the heart of our policies and at the heart of the CAP. Given the challenges facing the agricultural sector, it is essential for the European Commission to support and to fund the promotion of European agricultural producers and products from the mountain. It is urgent for the European Commission to show to the agricultural industry that the European Union is committed towards the farmers and that is protecting the know-how and the traditions of each and every country. And the Commission is playing an important role at a moment in which the EU is facing an anti-European feeling among people. So we rely on the next European Parliament to support us, as it has done during the last mandate. The MEPs were listening to us, and I hope it will be the same during the next legislation. In conclusion, I am very convinced that the discussions and the discussion here will continue in the future, and it is essential to work all together in order to ensure success of European policy, and the collaboration between the European producers, national producers, is the key to continue to develop European regions. That's it.
Je vous invite.
And I invite you, and I didn't pay anything, for informal discussions, for exchanges, to build all together and to taste my cheese and other products from the mountains in the atrium. Thank you.